Hey everyone, welcome to WP Academy. In this video tutorial, I will recreate a popular YouTuber's Academy website in WordPress using Elementor Page Builder. Let's take a side-by-side look at the original website and our recreation. We will design a header, footer, home page, and a single course page. I'll also teach you how to connect the course page with WooCommerce checkout. Just a heads up, this tutorial is not for beginners. You should have existing experience of building websites with Elementor. You can also purchase the ready-made website with additional features and layouts to kickstart your course selling website. The premium version has extra layouts for courses and ebooks. It also has other useful template designs for Elementor Pro, including a blog or archive layout with a single post template. WooCommerce page designs for login, sign up, account, checkout, and thank you page. Additional layouts for single page, search results, and a beautiful 404 page. All the pages and layouts are fully responsive. And a complimentary Elementor Pro license for one website. All this for just $60. The purchase link is available in the video description. This video kicks off a brand new series on our YouTube channel where we will be creating popular websites in WordPress. Subscribe to the channel and bookmark the playlist so you don't miss any episodes. If you're watching this video on social media, check the video description and comments for the full video tutorial link. Now let's dive into the tutorial. Okay, so let's get started. Okay, first of all, download the assets. The link is available in the video description. There are two variants of this file, one without source file that is free and one with source files like for logo and some banners, AI or PS files. If you want the asset files, then you can purchase it for just $5 or you can download rest of the assets without source files for free. Of course, if you like to help us make more free content, then you can enter any amount here, and then after if you want this one for free, just enter 0 and click on I want this, and then you can fill out the information and then download the asset files. Click 0% here as well if you don't want to add a tick. And then after downloading the asset files, you will have something like this. If you have downloaded it for free, you won't get these source files that have some banners that I have created in the Photoshop, and then logo and site icon. Of course, you can use your own logo and etc. But if you want to utilize my created logo file, then you can purchase it for just $5. And then you will get an info.txt file which will contain all the information about colors, typography, and the CSS and JavaScript code that we are going to use in this tutorial. The links are if you click on the links or visit the links, you will see that here are the JavaScript code. Here is the JavaScript code that I have used in this tutorial, and here is the CSS code. Don't worry about that for now. I'll explain it during the tutorial while using these codes. These are the final compiled files that you will get so that you can replicate exactly what we are going to do here. Okay, so now here is the website, and before that let me explain. It this folder contains all of the images that I am going to use, because we are going to just replicate the design. We are not going to use the assets from original or source site to avoid any copyright issues. I have created this imaginary person from with the help of AI. The free pick has a free AI image generator that you can use, and then I have added all of the icons in this folder, and then I have couple of backgrounds that we are going to use in this video tutorial. So that's all for the assets. And then now let's have a look at the website that we are going to replicate. It's academy or LMS type website, and he's a very popular YouTuber in India and Pakistan region. So we are going to replicate this home page, and then an inner page or a course detail page that you can see over here. And then we'll utilize WooCommerce to create products and link these courses to those products, so users can actually purchase them on your website. You can optionally link them with any LMS plugin of your choice, because the actual website that we are going to replicate is not using a built-in LMS system. They have just created these separate landing pages, and then when you click on any of the course, it will take you to another separate purchase page, and after purchasing successfully, you will get the login credentials for another website where you will get the access to their community and courses. So these three platforms are different from each other, but we'll try to blend them in a singular website by utilizing WooCommerce. So you can actually have a course purchasing system in on the existing website, and then you can have your community or LMS setup elsewhere. Then after purchasing, after the purchase is made on your website, you can send the credentials of that separate LMS or community to the buyer. So let's see what current setup I have. I currently have three plugins: Elementor, Elementor Pro, and WooCommerce. Elementor Pro is optional. That I am going to use only to build header and footer, and maybe one one or two elements from Pro widgets. Rest of the stuff will be built using purely Elementor's free version. So if you want to avoid the Elementor Pro, you can just simply use any other third-party header and footer builder plugin. Let me deactivate this one as well. That's get installed by default when installing WordPress from the hosting control panel. Okay, now let's see what theme we have. I am going to use Hello Elementor with Elementor Pro, and then let's start by adding a logo and site icon. Go to customize appearance, customize, and then go to site identity, and then I can upload the logo over here. I have two variants, one smaller variant and one for retina devices. If you are going to use any other theme that have dual option to set logo, like one smaller variant and one for retina devices, then you can use this stuff. Otherwise, Hello Elementor only have one location or option to set a singular logo. I'll just use a smaller one, and then select the site icon. I have created this one over here. Okay, both are set. And if you have downloaded the source file version of these assets, then you can use these templates, logo and site icon template to modify them and use them as your own. Okay, so I'll keep the customizer tab open, so if we need to add any code in the future, we'll visit over here. Okay, so now the first step, our home page or the landing page. And even before that, let's go through the Elementor settings. Once, navigate to features, enable or disable features that we don't need or we don't need. I think we'll need nested elements, then element caching, link in bio, we don't need that one. Floating buttons, we don't need, add one. Display conditions are required. Okay, taxonomy filter, I don't think we need that as well. Search, I don't think we need as well. Just enable the elements or options that you are actually going to use in your design or website. Deactivate everything that is not needed. Just remove any extra bit of burden on your site. Okay, grid container may be required. Okay, okay, okay. Build with the, just deactivate it. I hate it. Lazy load background. Okay, everything else is fine. Just save changes, and then let me create a new page for the front page. Okay, now let me set create the page home, and I'll use Elementor canvas template for now. Later on we can revert it back when we are when we are building header and footer. So let's just edit with Elementor. Okay, so we have it, save it. Let me reload this one. Okay, edit with Elementor. Okay, now the very first step is to apply the global styling before even starting your design. Go to site settings, and then you have this text document. I have provided all the information that I am going to use here. First of all, the global colors, I'll set them over here. Okay, now let's set the global fonts. Primary and secondary are headings, so we'll use the primary for both of these options. For text, we're going to use enter, and we'll use the same font for the accent that we have used for headings. Okay, and fallback font family is sans serif. Okay, now save changes, and then I'll also set the general body background to primary BG. And then you can also use a separate background color for mobile. And then you can optionally change the default uh, color scheme for the buttons. I think white and black should be fine. uh, let's set the background color to primary, text color to set primary, or we can uh, create a new color for dark text. Let me just copy this one. Okay, let's save changes. And now finally the last step is to adjust the default content width for the containers. I'll set it to 1240 to have a wider container. Okay, now save changes, close this one. Okay, now let's start creating our home page. First of all, the hero section. Let me create a container. All this hero. Let's have. Let me just reload this one to have the layout, because we have adjusted some stuff. So we'd like to have updated data. For example, the width of the default container. Okay, so let's set a minimum height of like 600 pixels. You can adjust it according. And WooCommerce is telling us that this page is on coming soon mode. WooCommerce have recently added this option when a new site is created. The site visibility is set to default to coming soon. So we'll just go and make this live. Okay, so now inside this container we have two columns. So let's just change this into a row, and then I'll add two containers, one with the 60% width and second with the 40% width. Okay, now I'll align the content in the second column to the end, and then let's drag an image element over here, and I have images, the images folder. Let's use this one for the hero image. Okay, now let's go to style and adjust its width to like 70%, and uh, let's just select the hero section and apply a background. I have a different map than the original website. You can search for different map images on free pick and etc. I have created my own variant. Okay, so okay, now adjust its position. Okay, to remove the spacing from the bottom, I'll go to advanced, uh, set a default padding of 10 pixels, then unlink this and remove the padding from bottom. And then we'll also have to remove the padding from this section, so the image will be will look it's sticking at the bottom. Okay, now let's adjust the padding of this container from top. I'll set it to like 80 pixels. This one, because we are going to have the header over here. Okay, so now in the left column we have some text. Let's start adding our content. The heading element first. Okay, now for instead of copying the text from the source website or using a dummy text, you can just go ahead and ask ChatGPT to write some content for you. Okay, you can use certain commands to write text for your website instead of using the dummy or copying content from actual website. Okay, so I will now just close this one because I have already created some content that I will be using. Okay, so now let's just start adjusting the font size and etc. Okay, now we the button. Use a spacer to have some space between them. Okay, now the default paragraphs have a margin from the bottom. Sometimes you don't need a default margin on the paragraphs. This normally comes from the theme that you are using. So to save us from some trouble of manually removing paragraphs by using negative margin and etc. From the widgets, we can just use something like this. I'll first copy these CSS rules and I'll apply them in the additional CSS. What we're doing here, this is basically changing the color of all of the links on the normal state and the hover state. And this is a special class that I have created, no margin p. Wherever we want to remove the margin from the paragraphs, we can just select the widget, go to advanced and apply this class to it. And we'll have to reload it for once so the CSS can take effect that we have applied over here. Okay, you see now this paragraph does not have any margin. Okay, so now we need to create this section. This can be done by creating a container, using a container over here. And let me just decrease the spacing. Okay, now convert this container into a row, and then I'll align the content to the center, and then we'll need two further containers inside this row, and I'll use another container. Let's just set its width to 60% and this to 40%, or we can do 45 or and 55. Now let's remove the gap from this container, and I'll also remove the padding. Sorry. Okay. Now in this left container, we have an image and some text. We can use the image box widget. Okay. Let's find the image. Go to images, and I have created this image. You will notice that I have converted all of the images, almost all of the images, especially the one with the transparent backgrounds, to WebP format. It saves space, and they are modern or standard for image files. Instead of using caching and image optimization plugins later on, start building your website, start optimizing your website from the beginning, so you don't actually have to use any caching or image optimization plugins at all. You can use certain tools to compress your images, convert your images beforehand. You can see these images are like 100 KB, 80 KB, 70 KB, and some are even 10 to 15 KBs. So how do you do that? Just convert your images first. Like if you have a PNG image, uh, first compress it, like compress PNG. There are a couple of websites. Tiny PNG, the one I use is compress PNG. First compress your image, then use that compressed images, or convert that compressed image into WebP, like PNG to WebP. This will decrease the size of your PNG images to like 50 to 70%. Okay, you can choose other formats. If you have JPEG images, you can also convert them into WebP format, like we have this banner to JPEG format, which is 70 KB. Let me just use JPEG format, and I'll drop this image over here. Sorry, we forgot to choose the output format. Okay, let's download and see if there is a difference. There is a clear difference. You can see this one is just 25 KB, and this one is like 70 KB. Since I am going to use them in background, so I want to avoid any kind of browser or device compatibility issue. Okay, but you should use WebP formats everywhere else. Now I'll select this image, go to style, and set this to the left, and let's just We can copy these numbers. These are not copyright protected. You can also have 10,000 learners on your platform or more. Okay, now let's style this a bit. Okay, I think that's fine. Now set a border to this element. Go to advanced and borders and set border type to solid. I set 1 pixels border from the right with accent color. They have used a green color which isn't matching with any of other elements, so we'll stick with the accent color for this one. Okay, now we have a heading element and then a rating widget. So let's add that. I am keeping the value to 4.5 just to have a preview of the star. And let's remove the gap or decrease the gap in this container. You can change the star icons from the Font Awesome library, or you can upload your own SVGs. Okay, now I think everything is lined up. Just let me decrease the space from here. So, or we can disable the navigator for now, and I can see a difference in the width because these days higher resolution screens are everywhere. You can have your container at a maximum width of like 1400 pixels or 1440 pixels safely, because it automatically adjusts to the appropriate uh, screen resolution. This is just the max. If the website is being browsed or accessed on a smaller screen, it will adjust accordingly. The container size for each device is different. Okay, so now we have this logos section. Let me just add a new section, and I think we should change the body background from the primary BG to secondary BG, because if we look at the actual target website, it has a lighter background on normal, and some sections have a dark background. So to do that, let's just go back to site settings and then go to global colors. Oh, sorry, not global colors. We'll go to background and then set secondary BG as the default background over here. Let's save changes and let's close this one. And now I'll set the primary background to this container. Go to advanced style and let's set the primary BG. I'll make this a row, and I think we'll have to reload this page once to have the effect of the uh, width. Okay, now we have updated value for the width. Now since I have these logo images uh, in SVG format, so I'll use the icon element and select on upload SVG, enable, and then I'll upload these brand images. And since these icons are downloaded from icon finder, they have different sizes, like with respect to height and width. You should have properly sized images for your brand logos or any logos that you want to use, so you can avoid adjusting the manual width or height to align them accordingly to I'll just adjust them with some negative margin. You shouldn't be doing that. Doing that, you should actually have equal width or height images or icons. I'll try to provide you appropriate icons in the assets folder later on. Okay, let's just duplicate and add all of the other icons. Okay, logos are uploaded. Let me adjust the space to between. Uh, and now I'll apply some margin from top and bottom to remove the extra space from the icon. Okay, some icons may need some further adjustment from top and the bottom. Okay, now let's add some padding to this container from top and bottom. Okay, now it looks fine, or we can just decrease the padding a bit. Okay, so let's publish this one. Okay, now we have completed these two sections at the top. Now we have a courses section over here uh, where we will list our courses. So let's just quickly create this one. I'll add a container and let's turn on the navigator and call this brand icons, then call this one courses, and then I'll have further containers inside this, like this one for heading, and this one for actual course. Okay, for headings, I'll set the width of this container to like 900 pixels, and I'll also align the content to the center. Okay, now let's start adding our text. We should have a light text color as well. Okay, let's have an extra padding from top and bottom to this container, and we'll also use a textured background. Let's go to backgrounds. I think we have a light dark pattern over here. It's not actually same, it's a bit different. But I think this can work. You can optionally add a background overlay on top of this background, like primary background, to make it a bit dark. Just decrease its opacity. Now it's kind of similar. Okay, now we start building with this first container for this course. So I'll just close this one for now. Publish this one, and now start creating. Okay, for this container, we'll have a background image that I have created already. Okay, let's set our default minimum height to this container like 500 pixels. We can increase or decrease according to our requirement, or it will just increase as the content is added in this container. So now let me adjust the container background image. Okay, and then we have a border radius like 22 pixels. Okay, now let's convert this to a row, and then I'll add two containers inside it. And let's just increase the padding of this container, the parent container. Okay, now we need like 40% for this content and 60% to this image. So let's set this to 40% and duplicate this one. It's just to fill the space on the right side. You can increase or decrease it according to your requirement. Like if 60% is too much, we can divide it to like 50-50, because I want to keep the text on this darker side of the image. So I think 45 to 55 ratio would be sufficient enough. Okay, now let's start adding the content. First of all, this heading element, we can use heading element anywhere and just change its HTML tag. And let me just align the content inside this container to start. Okay, so now to set the background color on a heading element, go to advanced and go to background, and then use the background color like this. The light gray is coming handy already. Now let's increase the padding to like 8 pixels from top and bottom, and 20 pixels from left and right. Okay, now to change the text color, just change it from here, and to set the border radius, we will go to advanced border and then border radius like 8 pixels, or I think 4 pixels is enough. Let's adjust the font size as well. Okay, I think that's enough. Now we'll just add the heading. Let's add a text element and then I'll just paste the content. Okay, now we need a list element. We can use the icon list. Let's remove this one, and I have a special check icon which matches the target website, and let's just copy these bullets from here. Okay, that's fine. Now let's add the button. You can see the default styling of the button is not taking place that we have set in the site settings. And if we go to buttons, we have white background and dark text. They both are not just working as expected. Let me just manually set them once again. Let's save changes and let me just reload this page to see if it works. Otherwise, we can just create one button and then make copies of it. No, it's not working. Let's just no waste our time. Okay, now everything looks fine. Now the other sections are just copies of this same section with some different content and alignment. But when you have similar sections that you are going to duplicate, make sure to adjust their responsive issues before making copies, because if you have like 10 or in this case 3 containers, you have you just duplicate them and then start changing content, and later on you will have to adjust the responsive settings in all of those containers. For example, if you have a couple of reviews containers over here, so it can be difficult adjusting them one by one. So when you have multiple sections with same content or styling, then you should adjust their responsive issues before even duplicating them. So I'll just navigate to adjust the responsive issues or responsive settings. Just toggle through these buttons and start adjusting your elements. Like we don't need to have this container on tablet and mobile, so I'll just go to advanced responsive and then turn it off for the tablet and mobile devices. To actually have a preview of what it will look like, I will have to disable the container from this navigator. Let me just get back. I accidentally clicked on the site settings. We'll have to turn on the navigator or the structure panel. Okay, so let's go to the structure and select this container and hide this from here. Now for this container, we'll adjust the width to like 100%, so everything should look fine. And for this parent container, we can adjust the background position to have a more optimized look. Okay, for now mobile, I will also have to adjust some stuff, like decreasing the padding of this container to like 15 pixels and decreasing the size of this text to like 1 em, and let's just align all of the content on mobile to the center. Okay, list element just look fine aligned to the left. Or let's just get the text back to the left. Okay, now this section is optimized for both mobile and desktop resolution. We can also optionally uh, decrease the border radius or remove the border radius entirely for mobile screens for these sections. Okay, so now that we have adjusted the section for all or desktop and mobile devices, now we can safely duplicate this section and start adjusting its content. And if you do decide to go for the ready-made version of this complete website, you will get a lot more implemented in the core. Like I will be just uh, showing you how to adjust some responsive settings. On some places, you will have to do the rest of the adjustments by your own. But if you don't have time for that, you can simply purchase a ready-made version of this tutorial, which will also include a lot more other templates, and the whole website will be fully mobile responsive. So let's start duplicating and adjusting or adding content to these sections. To revert the position of these containers, uh, just show this one that we have hidden. Okay, to revert it, just change the direction from row to row reversed. Okay, and now I'll just change the background and the content. Okay, now let's publish and let's see at the next section. So next section is reviews grid. Since Elementor does not have any uh, flexible reviews or widget or something exactly like this, you will either have to create a custom post type for reviews with all of these meta boxes, and then use Elementor Pro's theme builder to build a loop item, and then use a loop grid widget to have something like this. But that's something very different from what we are going to do here. We just will just create the sections ourselves. So let's create a new container over here, and let's adjust its padding from top and bottom like we have been doing for other sections, like 100 pixels top and 100 pixels from bottom. And then we'll have a background image of dots. In the backgrounds, I have a dotted background image. It's a very small image that will be repeated, and it will have an effect of this dotted background. Okay, so now let's just copy this container for heading. I'll just add another container inside this. Okay, let's move the heading container to the top, let me rename this container to reviews. Let me just close the above containers. Okay, let's come to reviews. Now we can have actual preview. It should be like this. Now align the content to the or items to the center. Let's just copy the text. You can use an HTML break tag to break the line. Okay, now to make this grid type layout, which seems to be a masonry layout, we don't have any default option even in the grid container, so we'll have to come up with a solution that is that's basically applied on this same website. They haven't used the grid or masonry system as well. They have just created three columns, and in these three columns they have further widgets or the containers. So we'll do the same. We'll convert this one to a row, and then we'll have three further containers in this inside this row. So let's change its width to like 32%, then duplicate and duplicate. And then inside these we'll have further, each container will represent a review, or you can use a review widget if you like. If you don't, but I am going to exactly replicate this design, so we'll have to create the layout ourselves. Like let's just remove the padding from the parent container. I'll call this row, and we can call these column, or we'll duplicate the first one after creating. Okay, so now inside this first container, or just remove the gap between containers, and then set the space to between, or we can just increase the width of this container to like 33%. Okay, now in the first column, sorry, we need to remove the padding from the row. Okay, so we can have more space inside these columns. Okay, and the first one is this is basically a static uh, icon or something. You can Elementor does not have anything similar to this. You can either use an icon or style the counter, or okay. So now let's just add a container over here. I'll have the width set to like, sorry, padding to like 20 pixels. Go to style, border, and apply a solid border with the light gray color. Let's adjust the border radius to like 22 pixels. Okay, now I'll use a counter widget over here. Okay, now to make this a circle, first I'll adjust the align items to center, and then to make it look like a circle, I'll adjust the uh, height, width, or padding. Let's start by adjusting the padding. If we require the width, we can apply it. And I'll also go set a border to this widget, light gray border with a border radius of 50%. Okay, now start adjusting the padding, and let me just adjust the font size. And we can also adjust the line height, and then adjust the padding from top and bottom until it looks like a perfect circle. Okay, so let's start it with 22 instead of, or 12. I think 22 would be fine to have a circle or border maintained. Okay, I think that's enough of time spent on this container. Now let's create the actual review container. So, and I think we can decrease the border radius to like 18 pixels. Okay, now finally the actual review box. Okay, so go to style, background, set the secondary background, border radius to 18 pixels, padding to 22 pixels, like, sorry, 20 pixels. Okay, now I'll just replicate the design. We need a quote icon, then a text, and then we can use image box, but image box will not have the rating, so we'll have to use the container. So let's start by adding the actual icon. I think we are copying the HTML along with the text. I'll just clean it before post pasting over here. Okay, now the container, set it to row, and let's remove the padding from this container, and then let's add another container inside it. I will set it to like 30%, and let's duplicate this one and set it to 70%. And then let's select parent container and remove the gap between elements. Okay, now an image over here. Okay, now once we have created a singular section, we can just adjust its styling. Like for tablet, we should have increase the width to like 50% for these containers, and let's turn on the navigator and turn on the wrap option for this row. uh, okay, or we can have 100% width for all of these containers or columns. Okay, so I think mobile should be fine because we have set the 100% width. Just the heading needs some adjustment, like decreasing its size. This also looks fine. Okay, now I'll just copy this container, the review container, into other columns, or make copies of it by just clicking on like duplicate. Okay, now you can see it's already looking like a imaginary layout. You can adjust the text of some reviews to have a better look or preview of what it's actually going to look like. Okay, so everything is lined up, just one step or one feature is remaining in this section. Like you see, there are only a few reviews visible when the website or the page is loaded. User actually have to click on see more to have more reviews loaded. To do that, we have to first create a section below this row. So I'll create a container inside this reviews section. Just double click, the container will be added at the bottom. So I'll call this see more. Okay, so and uh, let's go to the CSS and copy these three CSS rules from here, and now I'll explain it while using it. So first of all, this ID goes to the button, actually the actual button that we're going to create here, and this class should be applied to the row that's containing the whole grid or the reviews columns and inner sections. Go to advanced and set this class for here, and we'll have to reload this page so this CSS code can take effect on this website, so we can actually have a preview while we are applying the CSS code. Okay, so you can see the CSS is actually applied. The maximum or the height of this container is being set at 800 pixels. Now we'll have to apply this JavaScript code that will uh, apply another class onto this container and then change its height. So first I will have to adjust the styling of this container to look like this. Let me reload this one and have a button inside it like this. So go to advanced and set the position of this container to absolute and then to the bottom. Okay, and then set its z index value higher than 1 or higher than 0, like 1 2 3 or anything above the 0. Okay, so now let's adjust padding of this container to like 50 pixels and then go to styles and set a gradient background, and I'll set this one as primary and then also primary with transparency. Okay, so it will have a transparent effect from uh, top to bottom. We can adjust the location to have more control over the area. Okay, I think that's fine. Now let me adjust the padding or minimum height of this container to like 250 pixels. Okay, so now all we have to do is add a button element over here. And let's select this section and adjust its content to center and center. uh okay, center. Now let's copy style from this button and apply it over here, and let's adjust its text and styling. Think 600 width for this button should be enough. We can also see if it has any issues on small screen, but that's everything is fine. It's basically the maximum width the element adjusted for small screens automatically. Okay, see more reviews or load more reviews, however you like to uh, name this button. Okay, now copy this ID and assign it to the button element like here, button ID, and we'll just remove the link. Okay, now the final touch, copy this JavaScript code and then add an HTML element anywhere on this page. I'll add it over here for the convenience. Just paste this code over here inside a script tag. Okay, let's publish this one and let's just have a preview of our page. And first we'll have to go to settings, readings, and we have to set the page that we have created as a home page, so we can actually have a preview while visiting the main URL of the website. Let me just hard reload it, so to avoid any cache I'll disable the admin bar from the front end. Why? Because I just don't like it on the front end while building the sites. Okay, let's test it. Okay, now you can see reviews are loaded. More reviews are loading, but this section should disappear when clicking on this button. Let's see. Okay, we have to apply this class to the actual container because this wasn't used in the styling, so that's why it is not mentioned over here. But when you copy the JavaScript code, it should be there like this. You need to add this class to the container that is being used for this button. Go to advanced and just add the class for here. Just publish this. Let me just resize this one. And now if I reload this page, okay, now reviews are loading and the load more button is disappearing on click. So we have, let's see what we have built so far, and let's compare our page with the actual websites. This section needs some improvement in the positioning and the size. Like I'll change the content in this container to the center. This should fix most of the issues. Okay, if you want to have a break at specific point, uh, like here, we can use an HTML break tag. Okay, so now it looks more similar, just I believe the container size is a bit different. Okay, so now we have completed these sections so far. Now see what's remaining on the home page. Now we have these tiles or boxes over here. uh, let's just create a new container. I'll call this features. You can call it whatever you want. Okay, now here as usual the extra padding from top and bottom to this container. Okay, now we can use a single container as a row, and then inside this we can have other multiple containers with different widths. Okay, so let's add this one over here. Let's have the width of this container to like 33%, and I'll turn on the wrap for this row. Okay, so let's adjust padding to style, background to primary background. let's set the border radius to what, like 22 pixels. That's the standard for us for this layout. Okay, now we can have an icon box and a text. But in icon box, let's see what options we have. Let me just first use them. Icon box, go to style. Okay, we have the option to set the icon to the right and the content to the left. That's what we need. But the uh, text is expanded to full width, so we'll just use the heading and icon section of this element and move the text to a different paragraph. Okay, so let's just copy this, and for icon I have svg icons. Okay, I think it matches the style of the actual icon on the target website. Just some padding needs to be adjusted, like I'll set this to like 15 pixels. Okay, I think that's fine. Okay, now for text, increase the size and weight. Okay, I think that's fine. Now we can just use a paragraph. Okay, that looks similar enough. You can further decrease the opacity of the background. Okay, but I think that's enough. Okay, now let's just duplicate these sections. Okay, I think we need to decrease the width of these containers a bit, uh, like 32%, because when there is a gap between container elements, so it can have impact on the elements taking certain amount of width. So either remove the gap or decrease the width. I'll just align them to the space, justify the content to space between, so to have a more clean look. Okay, now let's just start changing the text and the icons. Okay, let's adjust the width of this container to like 49%. And I think we should use the text uh, in these containers sorry, along with the icon. I have adjusted the font style a bit to match with the target website. Okay, so we can also have content spacing like 10 pixels. Okay, so now I think it's complete. Now you can just toggle between different screen resolutions and adjust the container widths. Okay, however you like. For mobile, it should always be 100%. Okay, now this button needs some adjustment, like changing its font size to like 16 pixels would be sufficient enough. Now we have completed another section over here, which is, I think, exactly like the target website. Now the further or other section is actually the author's introduction. Okay, so now let's quickly create this one. Create a new container with two columns. Add some padding uh, from top like 50 pixels and remove padding from the bottom, and then remove padding from the bottom for this container as well. Now add an image element, select the appropriate image. I think this one should work, but it's we need to change its direction. So I'll go to media and upload the image over here, and then you can use the WordPress built-in image editor to change the direction this image, like select the image rotation and set flip horizontal. Okay, save edits. Now we have successfully changed the direction of this person is looking at. Okay, now choose image from media library. You should have your updated image, select, and voila. And we should also set a background pattern to this container as well. Go to backgrounds, let's use this black paper. Okay, you can either use this one or any other pattern, or you can create your own patterns using a tool like Canva. Okay, I think this pattern is not visible enough. I think this one. I think we had already uploaded this pattern. Okay. You can also apply the background overlay to this pattern as well to make it a bit dark. Okay, so I think that's fine. Now let's just start adding content to the right. I'll adjust the padding of this container, like adding extra padding from the left. This is Dhruv Rathee. What should we call our instructor? I think it's right inside the logo. That's Andrew Thomas. Let's increase the width of this container to like 40% and decrease this one to like 60%. Okay, and then I'll adjust the width of the image to like 60% or 70% of this container. Okay, so let's adjust the gap between elements. Okay, that's fine. Okay, now adjust align the items to the left and then we'll add a heading element over here. Make this a div container. Okay, go to advanced, add some padding and go to background and adjust the background. Go to border and set a border radius of like 30 pixels to make it rounded from both sides. Let's go to padding and increase the padding from the left and the right. Sorry, not from the top, from left and the right. Okay, you can also adjust the background color to differentiate it further. Like this. Okay, if the padding is too much, let's decrease it. Okay, I think that's fine. Okay, now let's just copy the text. Or we can just use a paragraph with styling above. Okay, now we'll have to adjust the paragraph to the left. We can use a container for this specific purpose. Just set the width to like 70% and then move this paragraph inside this container. Okay, let's just duplicate. Okay, now we have this section with social media icons. We can use a container with the row direction, align items to the center. Let's just use a heading element over here. Uh, HTML tag set to div. And then we can use a social icons widget. Just add the icons of your choice. Okay. Uh, I'll copy the background color from this container. Oh, sorry, this element, and set it over here. Okay. And the border radius set to like 40 pixels to make it rounded. Go to layout, justify the content to the center, and then adjust the styling of these icons to custom. Let's decrease the width of this container. Okay, I think that's fine. Now publish this one. Okay, let's see for the spacing. I think we should add some spacing from the top and the bottom, or we can just I think we should increase the width a bit. Or let's leave it to 100% and add a spacer element over here and set its value to like 20 pixels, and then a spacer widget over here set to 20. Okay, I think now it's fine. We will have to remove the padding from this parent container. Okay, so align these widgets to the left. Okay, so now let's just publish this one, and you can just toggle between the responsive devices, adjust the width of these inner containers appropriately, or you can just simply make them full width on tablet and mobile devices. Okay, you can also remove the image on mobile if you like. You can change their direction, like column reversed if you want to have these this image to go to the bottom. You can also adjust the layout to do something like this. This will make the author or instructor section a bit more appealing and adjust it to this screen resolution. Okay, so all you have to do is just decrease the size on mobile device. Okay, and adjust some other stuff to fit the content on this screen or the small screen. Okay, now we have also created the instructors about section. Now the next section is the projects or work section, which is basically the last section on the home page. So let's just quickly create this container. Just copy this text from here. Okay, now we need another container. Let's call this section about, this one work. Okay, in this container, let's turn it into a row, uh, and then add further containers. Like I set this to 32%, go to advanced, padding to like 20 pixels, background to set to primary, border radius to 18 pixels. And now we'll have some elements like an image, heading, and some text and a button. Okay, first of all, add an image element, choose image. I have images over here. Set the border radius to this image. Now I use a heading element. Okay, now everything else just looks fine. Okay, finally we have completed the home page or the landing page of this website successfully, and I have tried to replicate everything as much as possible. So now the second task will be the landing page or the design for a single course page, but before that we'll create the exact header and the footer using Elementor's theme builder. So let's move on to the header and footer building section. Okay, so now let's build the header and the footer. It's pretty simple, nothing so fancy going on here. So let's just quickly build the footer. In Elementor Pro, go to templates and then theme builder. And if you don't have Elementor Pro, you can use any third-party free header and footer builders for Elementor. I'll leave the links to some plugins in the video description. So once you are in the theme builder, go to header section and add a new template. And to build the header, we'll also need a menu. So go to appearance, menus, and let's create a new menu. Okay, now I'll add home page and let's create some pages for other courses. Okay, great. We have our menu. Now you can either choose a ready-made template or you can start designing from scratch. Let's go to header setting and let me rename this template to just the header, and then HTML tag will be set to header. Okay, and add a condition will show this header entire website. Save and close. Now your header is live. Now we just need to replicate this design. So I'll add a container and then I'll add another container inside it. Okay, so and let me just rename this one to header, and then I'll remove the padding from the parent container, or you can have some padding to give this some space from top and the bottom, etc. And now for the inside inner container we'll set this background color. Let me just open the CSS file. Okay, so now let's go to style, set a background color, and I'll also set some border radius like 50 pixels, and uh, it's kind of transparent with a blur effect. We can add the blur effect using a small line of CSS code. Let's just adjust the transparency of this header first, and then go to advanced, and you can set some motion effects like sticky to top. Okay, and you can also have an entrance animation and etc. I'll add an effects offset of 200. I'll show you later on why. And then we can also set an offset of like 10 pixels from the top. Okay, now we need a logo, a menu, and a button over here. So let's add the site logo. Okay, I'll adjust its width to like 120 pixels, and we'll align it to the left. Okay, and inside this container let's have some padding like 15 pixels from top and bottom, and let's say 25 pixels from left and right. Okay, so we'll have to convert this container to a row and items aligned to the center, and we'll justify the content to the end, and then select the logo, go to advanced and set the align self to start and order to start. Then I'll add a menu element. I think the it's alignment option is not quite working like I wanted. Let's just add up all the elements, then figure out what's going wrong. Okay, so now let's style the menu. Okay, it's underlined white color. We'll decrease the size of the menu a bit, like 16 pixels would be enough, and then we'll transform to uppercase, and then for the pointer it's already set to underline. And okay, so color should be white, and okay, set the mobile drop down menu to full width. Okay, now for hover, we'll keep the text color to white, and the pointer color also set to white. Okay, pointer width set to 1 pixels. Okay, so now let's adjust the horizontal padding to like 0, so the pointer should always expand to only below the text. Now we can increase the space between menu items like this. Okay, I think we should also adjust the vertical padding to like 5 pixels, or 10 pixels would be enough. Okay, now I will need to add a button element. Just double click, it will be added after this navigation element. So now let's style the button like this. Just remove the background color by setting its transparency to 0, or either just uncheck, but unchecking it will override and your global styling will take effect, so we'll have to make it transparent. Now a border of like 1 pixels, set border radius to like 50 pixels so it looks rounded. Okay, and instead of click here, I'll call it login. Okay, let's just navigate to the container and see how we can adjust the uh, justification or position of the elements. I want to align these two at the end and only this one at the start. We can also have a space between. It will set the menu to the center, button to the right, and logo to the left. Okay, you can either do that or you can adjust the positioning of the elements. Just remove the space between justification, and let's select the navigation menu, go to advanced, align it to the end, to button, advanced, align it to the end. And once you set the grow to the logo, it will look like that it's aligned to the left and the other elements to the right. Okay, that's what we wanted. Now let's quickly fix its responsive issues if there are any, like changing the toggle buttons color to primary. Okay, now let's navigate to the mobile section. Okay, now we'll have to make all of the elements to grow so they can align side by side. Then go to the container and set the wrap to no wrap. And now you can also adjust the positioning of the elements, like s- set the order of this navigation button to start, uh, and then site logo to end, so it will position the toggle button of the menu to the left and logo to the center and the button to the right. Now let's just decrease the size of the logo a bit to like 100, so header it looks more uh, aligned with the rest of the elements. Okay, so everything is fine. The header is good for mobile, tablet, and the desktop resolution. Now the purpose of is this button is to show login to the uh, non-logged in users, and it should say account or dashboard or something else for the logged in users. To do that, I have when you install WooCommerce, it has a my account page, and this account page has both of the forms, like sign up form and login form on the same page. So we'll use the same page for both buttons, but only the text will be changed. But we'll have to make copies of this button, like create a duplicate of this element, and then the login button should be displayed to the non-logged in users. So select the button, go to advanced, and then you will see a display conditions over here, like add a condition. So and then select the login status option, and I'll set this to logged out, save and close. Now this button will be displayed only to the logged out users or visitors, and I link this button with my account page. And then for secondary button, let's change its text to account. You can also create a separate login page you are not using WooCommerce, Elementor Pro has a login widget that you can use on that particular page, and our channel also has some pretty amazing login and sign up page design tutorials. Check them out. Okay, so now this account button should be displayed to the logged in users. So again, navigate to the advanced tab and then click on the display conditions. This time we'll just make things the other way around, like the login status should be logged in and close. Now only one of the button will be displayed to the user. Like if I let me just reload this page. uh, let's publish this one first. Okay, let me reload this home page. We had set the Elementor canvas template to this page. If you remember, we need to change the template because Elementor canvas template does not load the header and the footer. So just click on the quick edit and then change the template from Elementor canvas to Elementor full width. So let me just reload this one. Okay, so now you can see while I am logged in, it's showing account button, and if we check it in a new window, then it will display the login button instead. So when clicking on the login button, it will take you to the my account page of WooCommerce. It's pretty much non-styled version. I'll show you how to style the account page to according to your requirement. Or if you decide to purchase the ready-made version, it has all of the WooCommerce standard pages like checkout, my account, cart, and some extra bonus pages designed according to the whole color scheme that we have been using here. But I'll show you how to and where to customize these pages, so you can also change the style of these pages to match with the rest of the layout. Okay, so now header is complete. Now let's just close this one and navigate to the footer. We don't want to waste a whole lot of time here. Let's start building the footer. For footer, we can just set some custom links, or you can optionally create the required pages like privacy policy. Let's just publish this one. It's a standard default page that comes with the WordPress itself when you install it. uh, and then there is a refund and return policy that comes with the WooCommerce. Let me just publish this one. You will obviously change the content of these pages as per your requirement. Okay, so we have all of these pages. Let's create a new page of like contact. You can either create separate menus for these footer links, or you can just use Elementor's widgets like icons list. Okay, let me just publish this one. Okay, so now we'll add a new footer template. Okay, we had already clicked on that, so I think we should have multiple templates. Let's navigate to templates, theme builder, and make sure we don't have any duplicates of footer like this. We already have this one over here. I'll just close this one. Go to settings. I'll rename this to only footer, and then the HTML tag should be set to footer. Add condition, entire website. Okay, save and close. Now let me reload this page so we can actually see which template needed to be deleted. Okay, so this template should be deleted. We to trash. We have an active footer. Okay, now for the footer, just create a container. Okay, and let me just inside that container we'll add another container. all this footer, and let's add another container. Okay, so for footer, I'll remove the uh, padding, or we can set a padding from everywhere except the bottom. So the footer looks uh, sticked at the bottom, does not have any space from the bottom. Okay, so in for the inner container, I'll set some padding to like 50 pixels and set its background color to the primary BG. And for border radius, we'll only have the border radius from top and right side. Okay, to match the layout with this one. Okay, so let's just start adding the elements. Okay, let me just reduce the padding to like 40 pixels, I believe. Okay, now we'll convert this into a row. Okay, then we need like two columns, one for the logo and the website information, and then the one for the quick links. And before that, we'll need further two containers inside that container. So I'll revert this from row to a standard column and then add two containers inside it. I'll duplicate this one. Okay, now convert this one into a row, and then I'll add two columns inside that container. Let's set this to like 60%. Duplicate this one and set this to like 40%. Okay, now let's remove the gap between inner containers, and you can either set the border to the top of the lower container or from the bottom to the upper container. I'll set the border from top to this container. Go to styles, border, and let's just say I unlink this one and set a border of 1 pixels, and let's set the border color. Okay, so okay, that's fine. And I think we can increase the gap uh, between rows to like 10 pixels, so to have some space from the top, or 20 pixels. Okay, there is only this copyright text over here. uh, you can either use a simple text paragraph if you want to hard code or write the copyright text yourself. But if you are using Elementor Pro, then you have the power and ability to pull some dynamic data. Like I want to keep the date of the copyrights section to current year, so I don't have to change it every time. Like Dhruv Rathee is still showing 2023, it's 2024, they haven't updated it. So to do that, I'll just remove this one and I'll add a standard adding element, and then convert this into a div. uh, Align the items to the center, and then from this dynamic tag button you can show the uh, current date and time. And then date format, you can set the date format, time format. I go to advanced, and uh, but I want to show only the year. Okay, I'll set this to custom, and then I'll use only Y, so it will only show the current year. Okay, and then you can add text before and after this dynamic text. So before, I'll say copyright, and you can use something like this and copy colon, so it will show the copyright sign. It's a standard HTML tag. Okay, so now there we have, and you can also add a text after the dynamic text. Make sure to add proper spacing before and after the text that you are going to append or prepend to this dynamic value. Okay, now let's just change its text style, size, etc. Like 14 pixels would be enough. Okay, I think we have everything aligned. Now go to the parent container. I'll remove or decrease the padding from the bottom, and then we can increase the padding of this container from top a bit, like 20 pixels, so it will give some spacing to the text from top and the bottom. Okay, now to the left we just need our site logo. Okay, now we'll add a heading element over here. I'll call this quick links. Okay, now you can either use a navigation menu. You need to create multiple menus at the back end and then you can use them, or you can use an icon list widget over here, or you can just remove the icon and have only text. So let's just go to pages and see what pages we have. We link some of them, like you can increase the space between the items to like 10 pixels would be enough. And let's add a spacer like 10 pixels. Okay, now select this list element, go to advanced and change its width to custom and then set to 50%. Okay, now duplicate this one and we'll have to convert this container into a row and turn on the wrap and justify content to the start. uh, okay, let's go to spacer, go to advanced, set it to full width. Okay, now let's just decrease the width like 49 or 48. Go to advanced. Okay, I think we are fine. Now just change the content of these buttons or items. Okay, I think we are fine. Now let's take a look at the responsive issues. There are, let's change the width of this container to like 100% and select the parent container and turn on the wrap. Okay, now this one also should be set to 100% to have this clean look. Okay, now let's look at the mobile. We definitely need to decrease the padding, and rest of the stuff is fine. You can either decrease the font size of these list elements if you want to show them side by side on mobile as well, or you can just simply go to advanced and set its width to like 100% to have them align them one by one after each other. Okay, just ignore my English sentences because this is not my native language. I'm just trying to make the content in a more uh, accessible language. Okay, so I think everything is fine. You can adjust it a bit, like changing its line height to 1.5 em. Okay, so the footer is also looking great on all of the standard devices like desktop, tablet, and mobile. And then just hit the publish button, and we have a header and a footer. Great. Now to you can see it has a uh, transparent effect, but it's not overlapping onto the hero section of the home page. It's sticky, but if you look at the actual website, it's overlapping onto the hero section. So we have to go to home pages and just edit the page with Elementor, and then okay, come on. Okay, we are here. Now you can set the set a negative margin to the hero section, and before that we need to make sure that the header has a positive z index value like 99. So the layer should be on top of the hero section. So let me just reload this one. Okay, now select the hero section, go to advanced, unlink the margin values and set a negative margin from top. Or to avoid negative margin, you can also do something like this. Select this header container, go to advanced and set its position to absolute, and then okay, leave the rest of the stuff at their default, so it will automatically overlap. It will save you the negative margin because it will have different values across different devices, so your design can run into some troubles. I'll just publish this one and reload this and adjust the padding values of the hero section if necessary. Okay, it's automatically adjusted. We didn't have to add any negative margin, etc. Now let's take a look at the actual website. Okay, great. And if you want to have a blur effect on the header, you can add by using a line of CSS code. Let me see if I have anything in my CSS file. Okay, we don't have CSS rule for that. Let me just select the header, go to advanced and set a class to this header. I'll call this header blur, and you can just use CSS blur effect. uh, okay, this should work. Let me copy this code. I'll also add this to the CSS file. We'll link this with the header blur class. So let's just go to I think we have saved this. Okay, let's go to appearance, customize, and then go to additional CSS. Let me just paste this over here, and then we can use this class. And I think we need to apply this class not on the parent container but the container that have a background color. Go to advanced, I'll set this over here, publish, and we'll have to reload the customizer so we can actually see the preview of the effect and make some changes if required. Okay, so let's just copy the class and move this CSS rule inside this class. Okay, now let me scroll. Okay, we have a blur effect. You can increase the value of pixels to adjust the intensity of the blur effect. Okay, I think do 3 pixels is fine. You can also make sure if there are any browser compatibility fixes. Okay, it supports all current updated major browsers, so I don't think there should be any issues. Okay, so let's just publish this, and I'll copy this CSS code also inside uh, this file so you can also have it if you can't write it by yourself. So I'll add it over here. Okay, currently the CSS file is set to secret. I'll make this public once this course is published, and you will find the links in the video description. Okay, so everything is looking great. Let me just reload this once more and see. Okay, great. Now we have a blur effect and a transparent effect to the header, which is sticky on top, and the footer is looking great as well. Now this section comes to a conclusion, and now I'll show you how to design a single course page exactly like this one that is available over here. So let's dive into the next section. Okay, so now let's start building this single course page. You can see over here, I have created a page for it. Go to pages and then just click on which course was it? YouTube course. In this video, I'll create a single course page. I'll design a single course page, and if you purchase the premium version, you will also have another course landing page designed. Okay, now let's edit with Elementor. And I think we forgot to select the template. We can select it later on as well. Okay, now just hit this setting icon and then select the page layout to Elementor full width. Okay, first of all, we have this hero section over here. I'll create one. Let's set the minimum height to 700 pixels. Okay, now go to styles and set the background image. We'll select the same image that we have set on the home page for this course, like promo 1. Okay, set its position to center, repeat to no repeat, and size to cover. Okay, now we have a 2 column layout, so I'll turn this container into a row, and then I'll add 2 containers. Let's set this width of this one to like 60%, and then I'll duplicate this one and set its width to 40%. I think that should suffice. And if we do need to adjust, we can adjust it later on. Okay, so now on the left side we have a heading, like dual heading, one with a gradient color of red, and then a white heading, and then some paragraphs and etc. I have some CSS written over here. Like I have created the gradient effects of both the red and white text. I'll just copy these two rules and then let's go to customize. Go to additional CSS and add in our extra CSS. Now we'll just use this class where we want the red gradient text, and we'll use this class where we want the white gradient text. Okay, let's publish this one, and then we'll also have to reload this page once, so the new CSS should take effect on this page. Okay, so let's start by adding a heading element. Okay, let's call this h1 and the other heading h2, and inside this container I'll align the content to the center. Okay, so let's just uh, copy the text and then just use this class. Make sure you are copying without this dot. Go to advanced and then just add, and you will see the magic happens. And then just adjust the weight of the font a bit. Okay, now I'll copy this heading, and now this is h2, and the effect will be gradient white text. Go to advanced and add this class over here. Okay, now we can adjust the font size of both of these headings to similar. Like I'll set this to 2, I think 2.5 em, and then go to styles, 0.5 em. Okay, doesn't matter if it's a bit off because it has a wider width, it has a lower width. Okay, I'll also change the weight, and I think we can make it a bit smaller than the h1. Okay, so everything is set. uh okay, I'll add my own text that I have created with the chat GPT. Okay, I think that's fine. Now this section, uh I'll add a new container and I'll make this a row, and then let's select this container and align the items to the start. Okay, and then I'll make its width to like 80% because this section is not expanding to the full width. Okay, so now some styling, border and the background color. Okay, now we can use list icon element. Okay, and turn them to inline. Let's add some extra padding to this container. Okay, now we, we can select an appropriate icon, video. Okay, so you see the style is a bit different for the icon, and we don't have a lot of styling option for the icons inside the regular Elementor list. So I have also applied some custom CSS. This is the class. We'll just copy this one, and then I'll paste it over here. Okay, and then we just need to use this class on the list items icons list widget. Go to advanced and set this class. Now again we'll have to reload this page to have the new CSS code loaded onto this page. Okay, so you see a bit of structure is out of the line. Okay, so we can just go ahead and change the text color to plain white, and then for the text we want to have a different color of like this gray. I have applied it over here. We'll just use a span HTML element on the text. Which one is of video content? Okay, so just wrap this text in a span element, so it will have a different color. Okay, so now go to styles and go to icon. I'll align it to the center, and then go to the text and we'll change the size of the text to like 14 pixels would be enough. Okay, now let's add more. You can also use this one. Okay, so now let's increase the width of this container to like 90% to fit these elements. And I think the padding is a bit disturbed. Let's just have its preview on the front end to see if it actually is disturbed, or if it's only inside that it's only inside the editor. Okay, so I'll just select the parent container and align the items to the center to make sure everything is aligned perfectly. Okay, so I think 90% width is too much. Uh, we can still make it 80% and let's see how it goes on the front end. Okay, it's fine, and we can also align the content or list items to the center. Okay, center is not working quite the way I expected. Okay, so it's center aligned just because the width is not quite right on the editor. Okay, so we have came this far. What's left? It's two CTA buttons. Let's add a container. Okay, so inside this container we'll have two buttons, join now or see curriculum. Okay, so I'll add a button. Okay, so for buttons, we can make them, we can give them the gradient effect by using the Elementor's gradient background. We don't have to write custom CSS for that. Just select the gradient, and for color 1, I'll use accent, and for color 2, I'll use the accent tar. So we'll have a gradient effect. Okay, so as for the border radius, let's set this to like 12 pixels. Okay, so now duplicate this one and uh, let's change its text to C curriculum, and then we'll change its color to match this one. It's not a gradient, it's simple uh, secondary background, or we can use primary background as well. And the border set to secondary BG, or we can use a border color that we have saved to give it a more prominent look. I'll do the same for the section as well. Let's set the border color instead of the primary color. Okay, so we have both of the buttons in place. If you don't want to make them larger and have them aligned to the left, just go to the advanced and revert back the uh, width of these buttons to like default. Okay, so you will have these buttons side by side, but I think I like them the way I set them earlier. Okay, so these two buttons are aligned, and now we can give this uh, section a margin from the top of like 20 pixels to give them some breathing room. Okay, and we can also do something like changing the width of this container to 80% to match them with the above section. Okay, I think that's more appropriate. Okay, now we have this same section that we have on the home page, so I'll just copy it from there. We don't need to recreate it, and we'll need a couple of sections from the home page. So let's keep this page open. I'll just uh, copy this and paste it over here. I think we have copied the wrong container. We needed to copy this whole container. Let's just hit the Control Z, and we have this rating section as well. So let's just publish this one and have a final preview. Okay, so a bit messed up. We need to give some padding from the top to this hero container. I'll go to padding. Let's set a global padding of 10 pixels first, and then from the top I'll give it 100 or 150, or we can give it 120. Okay, I think that's now more like it, or I think the 150 pixel value was fine. So let's just reload this. Okay, we can also give some extra padding from the bottom to have more breathing room on the bottom side as well. Okay, so here you go. We have a similar hero section for the course landing page. Okay, we can also decrease the text size a bit further, like 12 pixels, and the icon size also set to 12 pixels. So to make sure that it stays consistent across different desktop resolutions. Okay. Okay, so everything is fine. You can optionally give some space between these elements of like 15 pixels. Okay, now the next section is this trailer section for the video. Let's just quickly create this one. I'll adjust its width to like 1024 pixels, and let's give this padding from top. Give this some padding from top and bottom. I just set the global padding to 10 pixels, and then I'll add 50 pixels from top and 50 pixels from the bottom. Now we need two elements over here. One is a heading, which is watch trailer. I think we should call it watch the trailer. Okay, let's align it to the center, and I'll change its HTML tag to H3. Okay, now I think we should set the background color of this container to primary background. Okay, now you have a video element over here that you can use to embed any video from YouTube, and you can YouTube and other platforms, and then we can have an image overlay. Okay, so let's see if I have created an image overlay for this tutorial. Okay, I think we should just use the standard hero image. Okay, you can obviously use your own video, and you can create a specific thumbnail as an image overlay over here. Okay, and then you can adjust some settings like light box and etc. as per your requirement. But the section is now complete. So now after that we have a pretty complex section that I'll be creating, and they have used images for these, but I will not use images. They have just created these images and then use them. Only the center one is not an image. It has a background and then the text over here. I'll make all of them customizable, so you can edit the text whenever you want, so you don't have to create an image every time you want to update these stats. Okay, so let's get started with that. I'll create a new container over here, and I think we have the similar background color for this as well. So go to styles, classic, and then I set primary, and then these sections are expanded to the full width, and uh, so I'll convert this into a row first, and then I'll add two containers of equal width, like 50% each. So I'll duplicate this one. Let's start naming these section as well. So this is a hero, or you can call it course intro, uh and then this is trailer, and what should we call them? We can call them info. Okay, so okay, let's just decrease the gap between elements to like 10 or 0. 0 would be fine. I think 0 would not be fine. We should make it like 10 pixels. Okay, so it's pretty simple. Uh, like this section has a border with 1 pixels, and we'll use the border color, and border radius should be like 8 pixels. Okay, so now we have carousel or moving images. Elementor does not have this kind of element by default, but it do have a carousel, image carousel, that we can use to replicate similar, not exactly, but pretty much similar. Okay, so now I have some thumbnail images created, so I'll just add all of them over here. Because these are also not linked, these are just simply images. You can even use Elementor's Pro versions media carousel that you can use to link each slide or item with a specific link that you want. Okay, so I'll just insert the gallery. Okay, so okay, I'll choose the image resolution to like 300 medium, so we can have crisp and sharp images. Okay, slides to show, we can change this to like 4. How many they have? They have plenty. We can also make it 5. Okay, so to some I'll set some uh, gap between the images to spacing like custom, and let's set it to 10 pixels. Okay, and the images have a border radius, so we can set it over here like 4 pixels. Okay, you can also increase or decrease the gap between images however you like, and or you can adjust the border radius. Okay, so for the navigation, they don't have any arrows or bullets, so we'll do the same. We'll use none as navigation, and if we go to additional, we can have an autoplay, and we can just decrease its autoplay speed to make it look like it's scrolling. We can also make it like 100, so it's scrolling real fast, and we can also adjust the animation speed to like 1000. Okay, so it's a bit smoother. Okay, so pretty much similar effect we have achieved using the default Elementor carousel. And if you do want to have this exact style, you can use some css, custom css code. You can find it on the web. Okay, so now these images are looking like they are cutting down the edges, coming from each side and disappearing into the other side. How we can do that? We can simply go to advanced and set a negative margin from left and right to this element. So I'll set negative margin of like 10 pixels because exactly the value of the padding that you have given, and 10 from the right, so it's looking exactly like the target website. Okay, so now we can simply add a heading element over here. uh, okay, I'll use h4 for this one. Okay, and then I'll use my own text that I had created from the chat GPT. Okay, so let's copy the style of this paragraph and paste it over here. Okay, so this section is completed. Now for this section, I'll go to style border and do the same 1 pixels border width with the color set to the border, and border radius. What was that here? It's 8 pixels. Okay, so I set it to 8 pixels. Okay, now it's this section is pretty complex. I'll just uh, add the heading elements first. Let's copy this, paste it over here, copy this and paste it over here, and then I'll just copy this text. Okay, and then okay, let's decrease the size of this heading text to like 22 pixels, or let's set it to 24. Okay, and the color of the text is a bit darker, so we can use the light gray variant over here. Okay, so now we need to add another container that we'll be using to make these sections. So, and we need further 3 sections or containers inside this container. So I'll set this to row, and the content aligned to the center, and then I'll create the first container over here, and then okay, so let's add our first container. uh, okay, let's go to styles. See what it has, a red gradient background. Okay, now let's turn this container into a row as well. Then the uh, content justification should be space between and align items to the center. Then now what I am going to do is use images for these two. I have already downloaded these images in PNG format. So let's just add another container inside it, and then inside this, select this container and then just double click an image element. Okay, I'll move it on the top, and then uh, let's just set an image. I have image in here. uh Icons vectors. Okay, so is it's leaf left. Okay, so image resolution should be set to full. Don't worry, it will shrink. Okay, now I'll duplicate this one and move it, move the container between these. Okay, and now I'll just choose another image, the leaf right. Okay, so we have pretty much everything aligned, so all we need is the text. So I'll add a text element over here, and then I'll use a div container for this. So let's add some stats like 2.5 million plus. Okay, and then let's adjust the gap between elements to like 5 pixels. Okay, and I think we should decrease the font size a bit more to like 12 pixels. Okay, and this set to 24, and we can add some margin from the bottom manually. Okay, I think this is pretty much done. Now I'll just duplicate and duplicate. Okay, so let me remove the padding from this container to have some more space, and then I'll just adjust the style of this container. It's simple color, and the border. Okay, I'll just copy and paste style. Okay, so what we need to expand the or increase the width of this particular container to a fixed width of like 300 pixels, and go to advanced and set the grow, or let's just decrease the width a bit to like 250 pixels. Okay, and then for this container uh we'll remove the gap between items. Okay, okay, then set this to grow. Okay, now we need to decrease the sizes for these containers to like text size set to like 20 pixels for heading. Okay, and then we can decrease the text in these containers. Okay, to make room. Okay, and then set a negative margin to this container, like 15 pixels to the left and minus 15 pixels to the right. Okay, and then increase the z index value for this to like 1. The other containers should all automatically go behind this container. Okay, so if we turn off the navigator, okay, let's turn back on the navigator, and I think we should uh, remove the grow from these this container, and let's set a width of 200 pixels to this container. Let's just decrease the width of this image as well. Like I'll set this to 30 pixels width, or we can have it 40 pixels. Okay. This is why using images is much easier, because they shrink and expand according to the uh, parent container's width. But I just wanted to make it more dynamic, so we can change its content whenever we need. Okay, so now we can give this container an extra padding from the left, like 20 pixels, so the content is not cut off. Okay, I think that is fine. Obviously, you will have to make some adjustments for different screen resolutions. Let's adjust the width for these images as well, like 50 or 60 pixels. Okay, so now we have these sections that are fully dynamic. And then let's just see how they look like across different screen resolutions. Like we have to make some adjustments over here. Like let's hide this section on the tablet mode. Okay, and let's make this a full width section. Okay, so and then you can also adjust some background positioning to make your content more visible. So if we change the position of this to center left, so we'll have the whole content. Okay, I think center is fine. Okay, you can also apply some custom positioning to this as well. Okay, so everything else is aligned pretty much well. We just need to make sure that these two containers are set to full width for smaller screen sizes. Okay, and let's just turn on the wrap. Okay, so and we can also further increase the width of this container. Okay, so now let's see for the mobile. For the mobile, everything is disturbed. Uh, let's start adjusting by these carousel images. We'll show three in one row. Okay, and the text is pretty much fine. A bit of line height needs adjustment. Okay, and then let's change its wrap to no wrap, and the same for this one, and the same for this one. So they are pretty much aligned perfectly. Okay, and then we can optionally remove the negative margin, and then we can add some margin from top and the bottom to make them look like these. So okay, so this is also fine. Now it's fully responsive as well across standard screen devices. Okay, let's publish this one, and now we have completed this section as well. I would say better than these because we have it in dynamic form. You can change the text according to your requirement. Okay, so now there is this features section. Okay, so let's start creating that. I'll create a section over here. Let's change its color to primary BG. Okay, and then add some extra padding, or I can say a margin. No, margin would not work because we have a background color. Okay, I will use padding. Okay, so 100 pixels from top and 100 pixels from bottom. Okay, let's set some padding from the left and the right. Okay, so now we'll add further containers for each section or information, but first starting with this section, uh, let's decrease the width of this container to like 1024 and select the parent container and adjust its layout to align the items to the center. And then I'll add another container over here to use for the sections below. Okay, now in this container we have you can use a button element for this, or you can also use an icon box. Let's align the items to the center as well. I'll remove the description. It's simply learn. Okay, and I'll choose the icon. I think I have an SVG image, SVG icon for this. Uh, this one, icon star. Okay, let's just go to the icon or the box alignment to the left and the middle. Okay, and let's just say align to the center. Icon spacing you can decrease or increase. First adjust the icon size and color. Let's just say 16 pixels of icon size, color set to light gray or text color. Okay, and then adjust the text size as well to like 18 pixels. Okay, okay, so to now give give it this background and border stuff. There is nothing to adjust in the box level, just go to advanced. uh, Give this some padding like 10 pixels, 5 pixels from top and bottom, and 15 pixels from the left and the right. Okay, then go to background and adjust its background to like secondary color. Go to border radius, give this some border radius of like 22 pixels, set a border of 1 pixels, and then use the border color. So I think we have a similar effect. Okay, so now you can also adjust the padding a bit to make it exactly like removing the padding from top and bottom should make it more compact, or we can just give it like 2 pixels of padding from top and bottom. Okay, so I think that's it. Now to use this kind of dual color heading, we need another container inside this, and I'll just change it to row, align the content to the center and center as well. Now I'll use the heading, and for this time we'll use a div container. Now just copy the appropriate gradient classes, red for red and white for white. Go to advanced and paste the class over here. Okay, let's adjust its size and weight. Okay, you can also use a single heading element and then use some HTML elements like spans to uh, apply the classes. Okay, so let's just duplicate this one. and to success. Okay, and change its class from text red to white. Okay, so you can decrease the gap between elements to manage the spacing accordingly. Okay, so now we have simple this text. Okay, we'll add text on this container level. Okay, let's align it to the center. And then inside this container, I think we should remove the gap and then adjust some manual margin where needed. Okay, let's change the size of this text and I think it's fine. Okay, now we need to design this container. This is the container. Let's just quickly style this. It's a container with two column layout. So I'll change this into a row and then let's see, we have an extra padding. I'll add a padding of like 30 pixels. Go to styles and change its background color to secondary. Border radius set to 22 pixels. uh, 1 pixels of border radius, color set to border. Now let's add two containers inside this container, one with the 60% width, duplicate this one, and the other one would be 40% width. Okay, so icon, text, and a paragraph. For icon, use an you can also use an icon box widget as well. Let's just go to style, align the positioning to the center, and then just use the icon. I have gradient icons here as well. I have taken I have spent good amount of time just creating these assets for you that you can use or for this tutorial. Let's just go to style, or let's see, I can set to stacked. I think this is what we are looking for. And let's go to style for the icon, and the primary color should be set to this, and the secondary color should not be set to anything because it's already a colored icon. Okay, we can optionally see if we have a border option for this icon. I don't think we have. We have in the framed version. Okay. Okay. So now the secondary color should work as expected. Okay. So now I think we need to have a different color because the border is also the same. Okay, I think this should work. Now you can adjust the padding of the icon to like 15 pixels, and then the size of the icon to like 14 or 22 pixels, or let's say 30 pixels to make it look more visible. Okay, so now simply I'll just use this text. Okay, I think everything is fine. Let's add an image element over here. I have some images. Let's use this one. Uh, they have created the whole image with the background, but I have created a separate background to use. Let's first adjust the size of this image. Okay, and now select this container, go to styles, and I have created a background image for this as well. Let's go to backgrounds, and this I have this circle image created. Okay, let's set this to bottom right, repeat to no repeat, or uh, top right, or we can just use it to the center right. Okay, and the display size to contain, or we can set a custom size of this image like 400 pixels, and then set this to bottom center. Okay, you can make adjustments as per your requirement, and then I'll change the alignment of this content to the center. Okay, now I think we need to remove the padding for this container from the bottom, and then also remove the padding from this container to make it stick at the bottom. Okay, so you can adjust the spacing between icon and the content. Okay, I think that's fine, and let's just have the look on the responsive side. Okay, I think everything is pretty much aligned, just need some fixing on the background. Go to styles, and change its width to like 200 pixels. 300 would be fine. Okay, I think that's fine. Okay, for tablet I think it's fine. Let's go to mobile version, and let's just decrease the padding a bit to like 10 pixels. Okay, and okay, so okay, I think that's fine. So we have the responsive version as well. Now we can just simply duplicate these sections and change the content accordingly. Okay, so we are done here. These sections are also completed. Now we have this curriculum section. Let's create another container and uh, set its background color to the primary color, and then we have a spacer over here with a border gradient border. I have an image for that, so I'll add another container inside this, and inside this container I'll use a spacer widget. And then for this container I'll go to styles, a classic, choose an image, and then let's see where we have a divider. I think we have an SVG, so I think we can use an icon element, or let's just try using this SVG image as a background. Okay, so it's fine. Position set to center and repeat to no repeat, so we have this divider effect. Okay, so I think we should eliminate some padding from the bottom for this section to like 20 pixels. Okay, so because we already have a spacer to give some space to this between these containers. Okay, now let's create another container. Background color to primary, and then inside this container I'll have another container, and then duplicate this one, and this container width should be set to like 900, and I'll adjust the alignment to the center. Okay, now we have the similar dual heading. I'll change this into a row and then just copy text from here. Okay, and let's align these text to the center, and the gap between elements set to 10. Okay, let's just change the text, and I think we should make it expand to full width because the text is already aligned to the center. Okay, so now this container have two column layout, so I'll turn this into a row, and then I'll add another container. The width of this container should be set to like 70%, and this one should be 30%. Okay, and I'll just remove the gap between elements. No, we shouldn't remove the gap between elements. Okay, so now this can be done using an accordion widget, and this is plain designing. Okay, so let's start by here. This one is quite big. I think we have an optimized version. Yes, we have. We can also use this same image for the thumbnail of the course trailer. Let's just adjust padding first. Okay, so here is the trailer, and if we go to image overlay, I think we can use this same image for the trailer as well. Okay, it's looking better now. Okay, so this one, and then we have this join button. Now we can just copy elements across the page. This is the same button. Okay, and this one is also the same, and let's just uh copy this container. Okay, let's adjust the spacer to like 10 pixels or 20 pixels. Okay, after the spacer, we have this information. We already have this section. Let's just copy this. Okay, so now we need to remove one element. Width to 100%. Okay, and let's go to styles and display size set to contain. So this should always remain inside the container. I think we should do the same for or where is the divider? Over here. Go to display size and set it to contain. Okay, so let's decrease the gap between elements to like 0 or 10. Okay, I think that's fine. And okay, now this is a simple list element. Okay, this is a simple check icon. This one. Just go to styles and change the icon color to green. I think this is fine. Let's add this to the global color. Okay, so I'll just copy some information. Okay, I have some information over here, and I think that's how completed. Let's just publish this one, and now we can use an accordion widget. Okay, and if you remember, I have some CSS for this accordion as well, because we are going to have similar effect. The default styling isn't exactly like we wanted. So first of all, let's start, let's copy this CSS so we can use it later on. I'll show you why we are using it. I'll tell you basically why we are using it. So first of all, let's start by adding content. Make sure you have turned on the nested elements, because this isn't possible without the nested elements module enabled. You can do that by going to Elementor, uh, settings, and go to features, and then make sure you have activated these nested elements. Okay, so let's start adjusting the styling, or before adjusting the styling, let's add a container over here, and then for this container, uh, go to styles and choose the same divider image, and then set its position to top center, and then repeat to no repeat, and display size to contain. So it will have similar divider effect that you can see over here. And then let's edit the container accordion, go to styles and change its background color to secondary background, and then change the header text color to white, and I'll adjust its typography. Okay, and you can also change the icons. Turn this container into a row, and then use an icon box. Let's just remove its text, change the icon to video. Make sure this parent container is set to row, then go to styles, align the items to the left, and I'll adjust the icon size to like 14 pixels, color to text, and the content should also have similar font size. I'll use the text font family over here. Okay, for the icon, and or go to box, align the items to the middle. Okay, I think that's fine. uh then change the color of the text as well. Okay, so now we all we need to do is change the text. Okay, so now what about this timestamp or the time? You can use a simple heading element and make this a div. Okay, let's just select this parent container and align the items to the center. Okay, so now choose the same text style and size. Okay, and then select this container, and then adjust the justification to space between. Okay, let's just increase the size of the timestamp a bit. Okay, so now you see we have pretty much similar style. Just set the uh, background of this container to match with the rest of the stuff. Okay, so now a bit more adjustment, like border radius, and space between items to set to 10 pixels, distance from content already 0, and then set a border of 1 pixel solid and our border color. and then border radius, I think 8 should work, and then adjust the padding to like 20 pixels. Okay. Okay, so let's just publish this one, and let me just remove this bit of code for now, and I'll reload this page. Let's navigate to the accordion section, and you can see it has a weird effect over here that we need to tackle is uh, we'll adjust the border of the content section. First of all, the border radius should be set to 0 from top and right, and 8 to the bottom left. Okay, and then border width should also be set to 1 border, and then we'll remove the border from the top. Okay, so let's reload this one. We have come this far, but you can see there is a weird cutting effect, so that's why we have this CSS in place. So I'll just paste it over here and then just copy this class. It will adjust the styling of this accordion. Go to advanced and apply the class over here. Okay, see, it's a bit better because when we toggling in and out, it's giving some weird effect, but it's still manageable. Okay, so now we have almost similar effect. Okay, and then I think we should remove the border from the header section when it is active. For normal, border width is 1 pixels from every side. For active, we'll set the border width uh, from every side, but not from the bottom. We'll remove it. Okay, so okay, so now we have our own uh, divider effect like this. So I think we have managed everything so far, but just we cannot add this by default, or we can do something like that. Let's just say go over here and use a span element, and then let me just reload this page once, and I'll load this course, and let me just do a bit of inspecting. Okay, so it's accordion item title. Okay, I think we have managed this so far. I'll just copy this extra bit of CSS code and add it to the gist. so I don't forget it and you get it as well. Okay, so this should go over here. Okay, I think now everything is fine. We can further adjust the styling of the text or the size of the text to like 22 pixels. No, that's too much. 18 pixels. Okay, so now we can just duplicate these and let me just remove the gap between elements from here, and I think we should also decrease the padding to like 5 pixels. Okay, this was the problem. I was thinking where is this extra bit of spacing coming from? So I think this is now fine. Okay, so now we have our dummy content. We'll just duplicate this. We don't need to basically actually add some content over here. You will be adding your own. I'll just change the section headings. Okay, we have created total of 9 chapters. Let's update over here. We don't want to mislead the audience, although this is just the dummy content. Okay, so let's have a final preview of what we have built so far. Okay, so let me just reload this one, and okay, everything is looking just great. And then you have this amazing accordion section as well. So I think we forgot to change use this module text. When you we are using this module text, we can, I think we can remove these chapters from the heading, but I think they are using it as well. We can also keep them. But I think you can just remove the chapter text from the heading and then use these modules or use the chapter over here. Okay, so let's publish this one. Just reload this one. Okay, so I think everything is just working as expected. And you can further increase or decrease sections and the spacing and etc. And I think they also have some spacing uh, issue. We cannot call it issue because the content, it depends on the content. So now you what you can do is if you have less content, I think you can uh, select this accordion, go to advanced motion effects and set this to sticky to top and stay in column. And I think we should do it for desktop only. So now if the content is less than this right column, it should scroll through. Okay, so Now I think everything is fine, just the responsive section needs to be taken care of. I think we can just go ahead and adjust some paddings or the font sizes, like this one is too much. Like, can change it to one, or if we can simply do this as well. Okay, what I have done, Control Z. Okay, you can turn this into a column and then align to center. Okay, and then I think we should increase the width of this container to like 40% and this one to like, okay, the styling should be disturbed for a while. Now you need to adjust some font sizes, like go to header, select this accordion, go to its style and go to header and try decreasing the font size to like 14 pixels. Okay, and for the inner elements as well, style, content, and try adjusting the size to like 12 pixels. Okay, you need to do this for all of the other elements. Okay, let's adjust its size to like 16 pixels. Okay, and you can also try reducing some paddings from the parent containers, like I'll set this to 0 and then space between to 0 as well. That should compensate for some spacing. Let's try reducing the spacing for this as well. And you need to adjust some uh, size and content here as well. You can also adjust the space between to like 20, but in this case it's it should not work like that, and we certainly cannot change its layout from inline to default for certain screen devices. Okay, so you'll have to adjust some text and font sizes to make the space for the rest of the stuff. Okay, and let's go over here, change the text size to like 12 pixels, icon size to like 12 pixels. Okay, that's fine. Okay, for mobile it should always display in a full width. All you can do is, okay, so for this one we certainly need some adjustment. Set this to no wrap and set this to the left. Okay, okay, and then you can also adjust some justification. Okay, I think it's not working quite like that. You need to adjust some text and styling. Okay, and then change the size of these. Okay, and let's select this container. Let me turn on the structure or navigation panel where it is. Okay, so we should select this container and then make it reverse, the direction of the column set to reverse. So your course information will be displayed on the top and then the accordion will be on the bottom. So I think that's the max we can do over here. And then let's see what's left. We have a review section. They have added these videos recently, because when I started copying or making this tutorial, they were not there. So I'll just compensate it with this same section that we have used on the home page. Okay, I think we have saved it in a template. No, let's select this container and click on save as template, and I'll call this reviews so we can reuse it on this course page. Okay, so I just select the template reviews. I think we should remove this one and just use the plain reviews section over here, and you can adjust the text accordingly. And if you want to use the same, okay, so I think I have removed from the home page. That wasn't my intention. We want to remove it from here, and then you can use this similar, you can basically remove this background image and just use the plain primary background color. And I think the padding from top is too much. I'll set this to 50 pixels, and let's just publish this. Okay, after the review section, there is this the author or instructor information section. It's pretty much simple. I'll create a new container. It's 2-column layout. Let's just have a look at the front end. We are not messing anything, because Elementor sometimes shows different stuff on the back end and different on the front end. So I think it's fine. Okay, so now we have this social icons. I think we have this on the home page. We have it over here. We can just copy this. We just don't need to create everything from scratch. Okay, I think that's fine. You can change the color of the icons. Okay, and now finally the image. I think we should use this same image. Okay, I think that is fine. So let's just hit the publish button, and now we have this certificate section. Let's just create a new container, and everything is aligned to the center. So I think we should adjust the width of this container to like 1024 pixels, so everything is aligned to the center. Go to styles, and we have a gradient background image. I like grids, sorry, not gradient. Okay, and now let's adjust the padding. Okay, so a heading, a subheading, and this certificate. It's dynamic, so I'll create the similar section. Okay, I think we should place these text or elements inside a container. Okay, so now this one, go to styles, set a gradient background, our usual mix up of accent and dark accent, and border radius set to 22 pixels. And then I think we'll have an extra padding of like 30 pixels. So now we have this logo and the text, etc. uh let's add image first. Let's see if we have a variant for light logo. Okay, we have logo white. Okay, so I think I forgot to change the name in the logo. I have set it to mine. It should be Andrew Thomas, or in your case it should be yours. So now, okay, the text is aligned to the left, so we can go to advanced and change its width to like 60% or 65% to achieve the similar effect. Okay, let me change the name of the student. Okay, so I think we should use some spacers. For heading, I think it's aligned perfectly. Okay, now we have an image over here. So let me use an image element. Okay, so I think I have created this image. Okay, certification stamp. Okay, let's align it to the right. Think 120 pixels width is fine. Okay. Okay, and I think there is a spacing. Let me adjust its margin from top like 20 pixels and margin from bottom like 20 pixels. Okay, now we simply have this information over here. We can use a container uh, side over here. Adjust the content to space between and direction to row, align to the center. We just need to text elements. Okay, we can adjust border from top, accent red, and I'll add some extra padding from top. Okay, now I think we should have some different kind of style. We can achieve this one as well. As simple SVG can be used, or some CSS, but I think that's fine. And now finally there is a box shadow applied to this container. Let's use this red color and then adjust its blur. Spread should be 0. Okay. Okay, I think it's kind of similar, and if you increase the blur it will have some more spread. I think 50 is fine. Okay, so now we have a certificate section as well. So now let's see if we have an FAQ section. No, we don't have. So let's just quickly create an FAQ section over here. Okay, so it's simple accordion styled. Let's just add an accordion. Okay, change the icons, and inside this we just simply have a text. Okay, and go to style, content, and change its background color to match with the rest of the stuff. Okay, so I think we should use the same class from this contain accordion. Okay, now we have some FAQs over here. Let's just reload this page. Okay, I think this needs some adjustment. That's fine. Okay, this is also fine. And now border radius should be adjusted for the FAQs. Okay, so we have some FAQs over here, and then this is also another a banner section. Okay, I think we should have adjusted the color of the background for the whole page to the primary. So we shouldn't have been adjusting for section by section. Okay, now the last section on our course detail page is this one. Okay, it's also a two column layout. I'll add another container, turn this into a row, and then another container with the width set to like 60%, and then duplicate this one and set this to 40%. And then for this container, let's remove the space between or gap between columns and set a background image. Let's see what we have. The backgrounds. Okay, I think we should use this one. Okay, I think we should decrease the width of this section to 40 and this one to 60. Okay, now we have a text, heading and subheading. Let me close this structure panel and let's copy this. Let's add a background overlay, black to black transparent, uh, opacity set to 1, and angle should be empty. Let me exactly see the difference between colors. Okay, I think this should work. Now set this to black and transparency to 0. So we have some more dark area for the text, so it should be visible enough. Okay, so we can also adjust its width to like 30%. Okay, great. I think we have also completed this section. We just publish this one, and I think we need to adjust the border radius for this container. Okay, great. We also have a banner section or a CTA section over here. You can also apply some further adjustments. Now finally we have also completed the single course layout page for this course. Now the only thing is that is left is linking this course with an actual WooCommerce product, so the users can purchase or place orders for this course on your website. So let's get into that. Okay guys, so let's wrap this up. And before moving forward, I have in the free time I have created another version of the map for the hero background. You can find it under the backgrounds map art.png. So you can use the one you like. Okay, so now the final task is to create a product, basically implement and the purchasing feature on the single course page. So how do you do that? You can simply install use WooCommerce, because WooCommerce have a large number of payment gateways that you can integrate, and then each course should be added as a product on the backend. So go to products and create a new product for each of your course. I will show you how to integrate them. I'll create one product, then you can create the rest of the products by yourself. uh, Create a new product and then give it a name. We'll call it YouTube course. Okay, you don't have to give it any description or etc, because we already have a landing page for this product. We'll just use it for the order purpose. Okay, now you can optionally set a product image, since we are not going to show these products anywhere on the website, so there is no point in adding any information. Just what you need to do is you can mark this as virtual, and then set a price like 10,000, and we can call it a sale price like 6,000. It's going on a sale. And okay, then just hit the publish button. Now every time you publish a page or post or a product, it has a unique ID assigned to it. So now what we are going to do is we are going to use this product ID to link this join button with the checkout page, and once it is clicked, it will add this product to cart and send the user to the checkout page. So where is the page? Let's go to pages and edit the YouTube course page. And before that, let's make sure we have enabled some or any payment methods. We need at least one payment method to be active to test it. Okay, so let's just say we are going to use direct bank transfer. Finish setup. We'll add okay, I think that's enough. You can install extensions for Stripe, PayPal, and etc. to add more payment gateways. Okay, so now just edit the button and pay attention to this link field. All you need to do is copy the main URL of your website, which in this case, because we have installed the WordPress in a subdirectory, you need to copy the exact URL of your website's homepage. Then add the checkout page slug. You can see what slug your checkout page has. Like this is the checkout page. You can just simply go to view and check here. So it will not let you view the checkout page unless you have a product in cart and you are going to check out. So that's why I have said to you, I have asked you to check this slug only. Okay, so this is the slug. We'll copy it. You can change it to your preference if you have some other slug set to your checkout page. After adding this slug or name of the page of the checkout, add another forward slash and then add a question mark. I'll also add this link to the info.txt file, and then you need to write add minus sign to minus sign cart is equal to, and now you need to pass in the product ID at the end. Okay, so let me just copy this whole URL and I'll save it in the info.txt file. Okay, all you need to do is replace the your website URL text with the actual URL of your website. Okay, and now you can see it clearly. You can also do that with the cart page. Just add in a question mark after the forward slash and then add to cart is equal to the product ID you want to link with. Okay, so let's just publish this and let me reload this page. And now when I click on the join now button, it will add the product to the cart and send us to the checkout page, which is not looking good by any mean, because when you are using Elementor Pro you need to style each and every template of your website unless you are using a more better theme or like Astra, Ocean WP and etc. They have a designed checkout cart and other pages, but when you are using Hello Elementor theme with Elementor Pro, you need to design all of them by yourself. So let's just quickly design this page or the checkout page. And you can notice that I have also provided some WooCommerce related CSS. Just copy this as it is, because just copy this only when you are using the same setup like Elementor Pro with Hello Elementor theme. Then you can use this CSS code to further enhance the user experience or the UI of the checkout page when the order is placed and etc. And if you are using a theme like Astra Ocean WP, then you don't have to copy this CSS code into your WordPress installation. I'll just copy this code and let's just edit. You can see this is a blog, WooCommerce blog. You can edit with Elementor and use the native Elementor checkout widget. Go to additional CSS and then add the rest of the CSS code on the below. Okay, so let me just close this one. Let hit the publish. Let's create a standard template for a page because we have a sticky header and etc. Let's just create a standard single page template and then use the checkout widget appropriately. But don't worry if you decide to purchase the ready-made website for this tutorial, you will have all of the standard pages designed like single post, single page, even blog page, checkout page, cart page, everything, and even including a my account page. You will find that everything will be pre-designed for you. Okay, so let me just create a container and let's just have a margin of 120 pixels from the top, and then I'll add another container. Let's add padding of 20 pixels, set a background color to primary background and border radius to 22 pixels, and then using the uh, post content widget. You can optionally add header or heading text. I just may add a create. Let's just create a new container and I'll do the same 120 pixels margin from the top, and then I'll just remove the margin, or let's just say 20 pixels for this container. Now you can use the post title as well. Center line it so you can have the actual page name displayed as well. Assign it to all the pages. We just rename this to single page. Okay, let's just publish this one, and now when you reload this page you will find that you will have a title and a content area for the page. Okay, so let's just add a new container and then I'll add the checkout widget of the Elementor. Okay, so now you can see it needs some styling, like the color of the sections should be changed to primary, or you can use the secondary BG over here. Okay, and then you will need to adjust the styling and color scheme for the rest of the elements. Okay, I have quickly adjusted some styling, and let's just publish this page. And now let's try reloading this page. Okay, now we have a better structure and design for this checkout page. Now let's try placing an order. Okay, you can also adjust the styling and colors of this section as well. I am just trying to wrap this up. Okay, the styling I gave you is for this page. You will notice it if you don't copy and paste this CSS code, the thank you page would be pretty much ugly for that I believe you will not like. So I have just gone a step ahead and provided you with this CSS code as well. So if you are using Hello Elementor with Elementor Pro and you want to customize or style the thank you page for your website, unless by the time you are watching, if Elementor to decide to add an option to customize the thank you page in their checkout widget. But for now, this code should help you customize the layout of the checkout page as per your requirement. You can further enhance it or fine tune it by changing the values in this CSS rules and properties to match with your color scheme. If you are going with some other color scheme rather than this dark, then you can also utilize this CSS code to further enhance the experience of the thank you page of. And now let's just copy this link and we need to add it over here. Okay, great. Now we have completed our Academy website design that we have replicated from Dhruv Rathee's Academy website. So if you have enjoyed watching this tutorial, hit the like button, share it and subscribe to the channel. And if you want to help us make more of these tutorials, just purchase the ready website. Or you can give a tip while downloading these assets for free. So goodbye for now. See you in another video tutorial.